Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where once again I return to Planet Zoo, where I'm building something really, really elaborate, because that's just what I do in this game, is build incredibly elaborate things. So, that is the plan here. And I'm planning to continue work on this enclosure that I started last time I streamed Planet Zoo. And I'm going to turn on, which is this glorious monster here that I am building for my red foxes. Now the plan is to take all of these various blank walls and turn them into facades of houses so that the foxes are frolicking around in the backyard area of these houses where people can go and look. Shy, hello! Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. But I think just before I get to work on this, I think what I should do is check to see if there are any particularly pretty foxes. And the answer is no. No, there are not any particularly pretty foxes here. I have 3 that are quite pretty indeed. But according to my calculations, I need 14 foxes. So we've got a ways to go. And none of these are as pretty as the ones that I already got, so we'll check in again later. Fox math. Yes, I'm having maximum fox. So, first things first, let's get this started up here. Because we want to have a zoo that is actually doing something while I'm stuck in this construction cycle forever. So, I think the thing to do is to go around and doors and windows. So, actually, not doors and windows. I think the decor for the shop fronts is actually the first thing to do. So, I believe that is, yeah, awnings and fascias. That's what I'm looking for. So, I want something nice. I do kind of like these. Easy, welcome back. Thank you for the newt. Well, I'm gonna be here all evening, so when Shy gets back, guess what? I'll still be here. Do I want to use this? I really don't want to use this. I don't think that looks right with the roof. So, as we could just go for the facade. Is this recolorable? No, it is not. So we could go with one of these. Or one of these. You know, I don't think I'm going to have the opportunity to use these anywhere or anytime else in the zoo. Let's use this. So we have this centered, possibly, hopefully. And I'll just tuck it into the wall like so. That way it looks like it belongs. And yeah, let's tuck the white counter down like that. Okay, just a tinge more into the wall so that that white line isn't showing up. Like that. Haha! Like that. Yes, yes. Alright, and I have angle snap turned on, which is good because I think the next one is pointing in. Okay, that is a bathroom, which I do need to do something about, but there were 3 shops in here, weren't there? Thank you for the hello, Shy. Yeah, there was a bathroom, there was the Hat's Fantastic, and there was the drinks shop. So it's the Hat's Fantastic, which is whee, all the way over here. And I'm doing it this way because I know it's the right height, so I just need to get it centered and the correct depth. Is that centered? Centered enough. Oh, come to think of it, if I do have it outward, then you can see this detail. The main problem is that I don't like how the white counter goes into the colored one. But if I hide the white counter, that doesn't even hide the white counter. Someone sent me in the mail being a pair of rainbow striped socks. Yeah, that sounds like the perfect use for a pair of rainbow striped socks. Okay, well, we're gonna go with this because the pattern looks better, but that also means that I need to drag this one back out again. So like this. Do we have a gap between it and the wall? Probably. How would I be able to tell with this bush in the way? Oh yeah, there's a big gap. Like that. Why are these shops different heights? They shouldn't be. Okay, I've fixed it. Okay, so that takes care of the shops, which was actually the easy part. Doors and windows, windows and doors. Finding the doors that aren't lit up from inside. So, oh, we are going to have some problems, I see. These are all so large. Oh dear. I don't really want the doors to be larger than the houses. I was hoping that I would have more selection of doors, but well, there's this one, which is fairly small. I'm not sure that this one is. Yeah, this is more of a Yeah, this isn't what I'm looking for at all. That's not the right thing either. This one is recolorable, so I may well be able to make it work. This is going to end up looking very weird as I put my potential doors along the walls. That one I can't use. This one I definitely can. This is not right for the look that I'm going for. We already went through the classic doors. The East Asia door is too big again. Door 2 is also too big. Yeah, anything that's a double door is not going to work here. The glass door is definitely not going to work. Indian door, just a little too big. Door 4 I can possibly make use of, although I'm going to have to be careful which wall I put it on. So we'll put that there for now. This one lights up, if I remember correctly. You know, I would love to use, like, these ones as back doors, if they don't light up. It lights up. That's unfortunate. Oh, that's definitely not the style we're going for here. Nope, not that either. Animal door, no. Not animal doors, not double doors. The single door, that's another light up. But it lights up in a semi-realistic way, I guess. This is not really what I'm looking for. That's no good. That's way too big. Those are also too big. The Twilight door panels, I just don't like to work with them, sorry. Okay. Okay, well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different possible doors. Although this one can only go on lightly colored stuff. So actually, let's take this one and find all of the lightly colored places where it will actually show up. Like here. Bring that down to, keep putting myself into the saltwater crocodile enclosure. Put this down to ground level. Shove it into the wall. And like so. Do we have any more really light colored walls? This one maybe. Oh, this one definitely. Okay. We'll put one here. I could have sworn I mowed this lawn. Didn't I mow this lawn so that it would all be short? This is not short. This is not short grass at all. Going to take a moment here. I'm going to actually mow this grass because it didn't obey me. Haha! Take that. B mode! There. And I will take the opportunity to check for some very pretty foxes again. Oh, we have 2 of them now. 3 of them, actually, now that I look at it. These three are pretty enough to live with us. So, Jens, Chris, Arya, welcome to the zoo. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3. Yes, I am keeping count so that I don't lose my mind, mostly. Oh, we're filling up with foxes. It is glorious. I do that because it kind of resets the foxes. Gabby might be pretty enough, but yeah, I don't know. Could you name one of them Wine for the funnies? Quite possibly, but someone would have to buy the channel point reward to rename an animal, and I can't actually rename them until they're in the zoo. Right now I don't own them, per se. Right now they're just existing in storage somehow. Okay. Back to editing. We are closer. That's 6 foxes out of the 14. Okay, are there any more of these places that this door would look good on? You know, this one doesn't look half bad with that door. Let's Oh man, and there's more grass that I missed. How do I keep spotting this after I've gone back into edit mode? Just see that long grass just sticking through that wall there in the most unattractive way. Rename a zoo animal or staff member. When the fox is renameable, please name one Wine. Okay. I will make a note here. 1 red fox. Name Wine by Shy. Okay, you're part of my to-do now. Okay, now back to mowing. You know what? Let's just go all the way around while I'm looking at it closely, because apparently I missed a lot of stuff last week. Was it really last week? Time is an illusion. Okay, don't have to mow that grass because there's a path. We're not going to talk about that path. Make sure that this grass... Oh yeah, see, there was a little bit right there that I missed. There. Now I've definitely gotten all of it. Literally just making me press buttons and type more. I know, I'm so cruel and terrible. The foxes have not changed. Okay. Did I turn on my light? I did. Oh boy, that's my light. That's my whole light? Dang. Okay. Back to putting doors on things. Actually, this place is not getting a door. It's just getting windows. This place... None of the ones along this wall are getting doors or windows on the outside. Like, I could put a door on to cover this, which I might actually do. This is the biggest door, isn't it? You know what? because I just need to cover up everything that's going on here. It's very upsetting, you see. There. This is the biggest door. Yeah, this is the next biggest door. But yeah, is this... Okay, this one is recolorable, so we can have some fun with this one. And I do think that it is the correct door for this house-shaped object that I've created here. So let's just bring it down by telling it it's not pretty. Shove it in. Whoop! Oh, shoved it in too far. Like that. I'm not gonna make it pink. I do not think that a pink door is going to look good on this, frankly, baby puke color that I have going on here. No. Absolutely not. Best part of the whole building? No. No. There we go. Okay. Let's see. That building is practically a cigarette box with that color. Oh, sure, why not? Bring that down to the ground. Give it a good shove into the building. Adjust the color. Imagine selling cigarettes at a zoo. Oh, you know, I'm sure it used to happen once upon a time. Yeah, like that, I think. I bet none of the animals or employees would like that. No, probably not. Like, I mean, it probably happened back in the day. They used to sell cigarettes everywhere, after all. Gotta go clean for a bit. Oh, sounds like great fun. Well, I hope the cleaning is enjoyable. Or some, you know, verifiable equivalent. I'm thinking that since this place is so beige, it needs a bright color. Maybe not quite that tomato, but... I think the red is the wrong choice. Maybe a yellow? I think that, once again, may be a little too bright. Maybe like that? Yeah. I think I'm going to use these as the quote-unquote back doors rather than any of the front doors. Because I can't really recolor these. So the only thing I can really adjust on these, I think, is the intensity of the light. And I'm just not gonna bother. So we'll just each house place needs to have its own back door, because how else can I justify them having a back lawn? Like that. Except this one. This one isn't getting one. They have no back garden. No! Like that. Tuck, tuck. Progress. Like so. And like that. This ground is more uneven than I remember it being. Like this. One thing about using the doors and windows in this game is that they do they stick to surfaces, but they float right on top of it. And they tend to look a lot better if you sink them in. Like so. Okay. Just 2 more. Like that. And like that. Okay, that's all the back doors. Which means I can get rid of this. I have 2 more doors. I am going to use this one here, so let's just set that. I'm actually going to leave that one in default colors, I think. This does not look a lot like a front door, but given the variety we have to choose from, I don't see that I really have a choice, so. And into the wall. And can I, okay, I can adjust the door color, but and the light color. I kind of hate that these have a light, but I think I can fix that. But first, I don't really want this to be yellow. Let's take this to a cooler range. That sort of looks like a door color to me. And then we take the light and we do that. And now the light she don't turn on. Okay. Back, by the way. Welcome back. I am still putting doors on. Okay, and then this one. Oh? Oh, too many O's. Sorry, Shy. I do have an auto mod that is supposed to catch spamming, so congratulations, you done been caught. Okay. Making something resembling progress. And like that. And I mean, this is red brick. What is a traditional color to put on red brick? I think white, maybe? Or gray? Let's go with gray. There's nothing I can do about this yellow frame, so... It'd have been one line. Sorry. Auto mod is a cruel master. Let's see. Perhaps something in this family. Oh, actually, you know what? I like that. Let's go with that. Oh, have I run out of places to put this door? No, not quite. Not quite. Let's put this here. Oh my goodness. Hello, hidden squid, mixed squid mass. Welcome to the scream. What are we building today in the world of zoo? I am working on probably the most elaborate enclosure in the zoo so far. Did I actually put this door here? Yes, I did. Okay. We need a new color here for this one. Not the orange. What about green? Not that green, but, you know, that kind of green. Closer to that green. Wait, wait. Oh, you know what? We'll go with that. But yes, right here, I have this enclosure that I have built that is going to be, this is my red fox enclosure. And what I'm doing is I'm setting this all up as like little houses, and the foxes will live and frolic in the backyards. I'm trying all sorts of experiments with this particular zoo, partially by having it only open at night, which means that I can only build at night, which makes its own its own special challenge. But also just experimenting with building types and enclosure types and various things like that, because, you know, why not? I've got a sandbox. Why not use it? Okay, so all the places that are missing doors, we're now going to take classic door 6 here, and we're going to slap it on the box. Like right here. Yes, this is a nocturnal zoo. It only has nocturnal animals, and it is only open at night. Why people keep bringing their children here, I do not know. Okay, let's... Oh, I can adjust the metal and the door? And the stone. I'm not going to do all three. I'm just going to be changing the door because I'm lazy and I also want to make this look like the zoo built it. Kids can't sleep anyway. Mean for the experience. Yeah. Come to this zoo that's only open in the middle of the night, children. It's not terrifying at all. You know, I actually really like that color. Can I just like twitch it just a little bit darker without losing the redness? Yes, I can. Late night walks, good way to knock children out. Well, maybe. I wouldn't bet on it. There are some zoos that do twilight tours. Yeah, that was part of the idea, but it's also that I started this zoo in October of last year. The original plan was to build a super spooky zoo for Halloween, but I am not a fast builder, and I ran out of October and November before I ran out of zoo. So now it's just the nocturnal zoo, and it's not a specifically spooky zoo. I'm feeling people are so boring when they have red brick houses. I'm not gonna make it pink, Shy, but I am gonna make it purple just because I want to have one door that's a weird color. There we go. And into the wall with you. And touch the ground. I don't know. Wait, actually, a brown door right next to a brown door. No good. Let's go back to the green, well, the teal-ish family. As long as we keep it dark, it'll be fine. Like that. Yeah, here. Make sure it's nicely recessed. Like that. I'm thinking a warm color for this one. Maybe not quite that warm, but wait. Oh, okay, you know what? I like that. Okay, we've got all the doors on. Which means it's time to do another fox check. Have we got any more super pretty foxes? We do not. Dang. Sadness. Woe. Suffering. We continue to only have 6 foxes out of the 14. This is an extremely large enclosure, so I am taking the opportunity to have maximum fox. Because as you might have noticed from my name, I really like foxes. But yes, we have this lovely thing going on here. The main problem is that I can't put plants into the backyards until I have the foxes in here. And I'd prefer to use hedges rather than fences. So we'll figure this out. I do have to put some, like, the back porches areas are going to be providing the hard shelter requirement for the foxes. The only thing that I've turned off in this sandbox is that my animals are immortal. They do not die. They also, unfortunately, do not have children, but those sacrifices have to be made sometimes. So, we are looking fairly good here. I'm gonna need to put the windows on, though, and that is gonna be its own little set of nightmare. Come on, aren't you pretty yet? Nope, none of you are pretty. Well, all of you are pretty, but none of you are pretty enough. Immortal foxes and kits. Well, you can't have immortal animals that never die of old age without also turning off births. So that's kind of how it goes. Their personal time isn't passing, so they can't get pregnant. Well, I mean, do you really think that I would object to Foxworld? It's just that's not the theme that I went for with this zoo. But yes, parts of the zoo are much more finished than other parts. I've done a lot of work up here, although there's still landscaping left to do around the castle. Most of the eastern region is considered finished at this point. which is hilarious because that's my main expansion direction. I just don't want to go further than that in that direction, so never messed around with those settings. Yeah. So I started with the castle, and I've been working my way outward from the castle, basically. Much of the railway is temporary, just so that I have a loop that's out of my way. So this weirdness that is happening here will eventually go away. It just hasn't yet. We have various boxes laid out where I'm planning on putting enclosures, although these two probably aren't there. They're just sitting there because they're out of the way. You know, all that sort of stuff. So there's still some fill that needs to go in around the Timberwolves here, and there's still landscaping to be done around the castle, but I only have Arctic foxes in this zoo so far, and I really wanted to get the red foxes in as well. So I started working on this extremely ambitious project here. But anyway, since the foxes are not being pretty, it's time to contemplate some windows. Let's see. Well, I think these ones are going to be a very good prospect. A lot of the windows are going to be too big for these little houses that I've built, so it's possible they're all going to have the same windows. But we'll work with that if that's the case. Oh, wait. We've got these as well. That's not too bad. I'd prefer to use this, but I think it's a little big. Yeah, that is a little big. Okay, we'll use these. Let's see. The twilight windows are nice if you have like an opening, but they don't work so well as... It's because the twilight windows don't have their own luminosity panel, so you have to put it together yourself. Not so useful. Okay, so we only have two kinds of window that I can use. Because, yeah, those a little too rustic for what I'm going for. And a lot of the other windows are just a little large. Although I might be able to use these, actually. Let's pop those on there. How big are these ones? I can probably make some use of these. I'm running out of convenient wall. Oh, and these ones are itty bitty. These may well be quite useful. I'll just pop that there. The Arctic windows don't light up, so they're not useful to me, and the African windows are once again just a bit more rustic than what I'm going for here. So these are the windows that I have to work with. Are these recolorable? Yes. The wood is recolorable. A long break from Planet Zoo. I'm getting back. Creative itch to go back and drive myself bonkers with overcomplicated building. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love building complicated things. I built a mountain. Placed every stone myself. And you know, this is complicated in its own way. This window definitely does not go with this door. You should never do this. If you're building a house, never do this. Never have a window that looks almost exactly the same as your door. Life is pain and suffering. I think that these will do very well as like back windows for a lot of places. Like, I admit I am not being quite as elaborate with the house-ness on the backside as I am on the front. Oh, you know what? That goes there perfectly. All right. Sleep is not far off. The typos are incoming. A zoo with a volcano. Oh. Nice. I'm pretty sure that I am well over 9,000 pieces at this point because there's a bit of madness going on in this zoo, and I can show you that in just a moment. We are going to... What color did I make the door on this place? Hold on. This is a blue door. Therefore, these should be blue windows. Not that blue, but you know what I mean. There we go. But yeah, I will show off what is currently the piece de resistance of the zoo, not counting the castle. Over here, in the eastern section of the zoo, we have the snake garden, which is a lovely witch's garden that I made to house all of my snake enclosures. The volcano is at 9,000 pieces. Ah, I see. Over here we have the witch's hut, which is also the resting place with the brats and the brews. And the toilet, of course. And then in here we have the gardens themselves, with the exhibits with the snakes all scattered through. And all the plants that I have put in. All of them. Like the rustic feel. Thank you! But yeah, the garden here was definitely one of the most time-consuming projects, because each section of the garden is just that is different from the others. And most of them consist of at least 2 different plants layered together, sometimes 3. In a couple of places I went a little nuts and used 4 different plants, but it's mostly 2 or 3 plants that have been layered together to form the look. So we have the wonderful snake garden in all of its gorgeousness and all of the work that was required. And I'm pretty sure that with all the plants that I put in here, that the garden itself has topped well over 9,000. And off into some other very terrifying number. But yes, the snake garden is very popular. The tours are just packed all the time. I'm very proud of the work that I did here. It took a long time, but, you know, that's the way it is with Planet Zoo. It takes a long time, but it ends up just beautiful. Like this train station, built that myself from scratch using a reference photo of a real existing train station from, I believe it was the 1800s. Put that all together myself. And these are real windows here, so you can like see into the train. Lot of construction projects. A lot of I like to pack my plants in for the look. So there's a lot of plants going on in the zoo to fill in grassy areas because I don't like grass expanses. Over here I have my lake, which I am very proud of. It is definitely the best lake that I have done so far. Like, every time you try and do something, you do it a little bit better, and dang, but this lake turned out nice. I'm so proud of the lake. More plant equals more pretty. Exactly! Because unfortunately, I really haven't gotten to the landscaping around the castle yet, so it's still kind of plain here. Someday I will decide what I want, and we will suddenly have an explosion of greenery here, but I just can't make up my mind, so... Thank you, Shy! And of course we have this. I intend to have plants in here so that the people resting on the benches will have some pretty, but it's just... it's so hard to choose. It is so very hard to choose, like, what to put in here. The topiary is just too small, so I just... And of course the main station for the train, another building that I built from scratch using a reference photo of an antique train station. I borrowed a book from my father that's all pictures of train stations from the 1800s mostly, and the extremely early 1900s. And each of my train stations are built with a reference photo from that. Over here we have the mountain, which, you know, ought to be the Bat Mountain, but since it also contains the bears and the train, it can't be Bat Mountain, so it's just the mountain. And of course this extremely elaborate thing that I'm doing for my red foxes. I don't want to think about how many pieces this is going to be by the time that I finish. It's going to be scary. But also, I have to take just a very quick pause because my neighbors are getting a little recreational, and since I am allergic to that, I need to go turn on my air purifier. So I'm just going to pause the zoo real quick, and I will be back in just a couple of seconds once I've got my air purifier turned on. Hello, I have returned, and now my air purifier is spinning up and will hopefully start sucking away that extra smoke that I really don't need. Okay, I like this window here, but I think I need to change its color because it's really blending into the wall. Thank you very much, Hidden. Okay. I think if I lighten up this wood, maybe not that far. Yeah, look at that. It stands out so much better already. There we go. I am not going to bother fooling around with the lights. Actually, let's do this. And make sure it gets tucked into the wall. Not that far, like that. And then let's duplicate that over here. Like so. Yeah, that looks much better. Although now it does look like the wall is looking at us. Besides putting doors and windows on them, I am not going to get terribly fancy with these houses. at least in the front. Like that. This needs to be some other color than blue. The door is sort of the blue-gray. I think it was in this family. Let's gray that up a little bit. Okay, there we go. And then we duplicate this, and we take it around the other side. Because I don't have to make them the same color, but I'm going to anyway. It also means that I'm gonna grab one of these. And like that. And just because I can, I'm gonna put one in this wall as well. And then we'll just scooch this over. There. There we go. This window doesn't belong here, so we're actually just going to grab the whole thing and find out where it does belong. Oh, of course. Like that. Actually, like that. And then, actually no. No, this doesn't get changed at all because that way the frames match. Now, which house was that again? It was the really pink one. Whoa! Sorry about that. Don't want to be giving people motion sickness with my camera today. That's for Wednesday when I'm playing Power Wash Simulator. And where else can I use this window? Definitely not here. Oh, definitely doesn't look right there. I get the feeling I'm going to be using these windows on the houses with these doors. But that's fine. As long as we don't make them all perfectly the same, it's all good. this here. And here. Tired of all of a sudden. Oh. I declined to take responsibility. You know, I think the narrow windows go well here, with that big, wide toilet opening. Actually, I'm just gonna put one in this wall, just to keep things different. Like that. I think I find more places to use the itty bitty windows. I think I can make use of them for this, if I'm careful. Do I need to change the color of them? I don't think I do. And like this. I think this particular building gets 2 windows because I like this one here, but I think on this small wall I want to have a small window. I'm not sure it's right to have such small windows with such a big door, though. I think I'm move on from that. Yeah, here. Must be oddly liminal to sand inside the ring of houses. I mean, in a way. My zoo guests will in fact be standing inside the ring of houses. Because they will be in here, like this is the viewing area. So they will kind of be standing inside. Whoa! Why are you doing that, camera? Why? We've talked about this. I think I'm gonna put these on this wall. Like that. But yeah, standing inside the ring is definitely going to be interesting. Okay, what have I got left by way of windows I haven't used very much of? This one, and this one. Well, let's take this one around, and actually let's go the other way around with it. That is not the right window for that point. I do rather like that, though. Okay, color adjust. This needs to get way lighter and warmer. There we go. And then duplicate. Like that. No, I'm not really liking that. Can make this one work, though, I think. We just need to make this a darker and cooler color. So maybe into the... No, actually we want it in this family. Close, very close. Good enough. Good enough to fool the eye. Yeah. Put that here. And adjust this color to something closer to the gray. I have to adjust the stone as well. I don't love that, but it ain't gonna be right if I don't. Like that. Okay, and then I'm just gonna grab this one because I haven't changed the sill color on that one. Yes. Like that. A little bit lower. Try and find something close to this like blue-gray that we have going on here. Whoop, too dark. Too light. Too dark. I'm gonna call that good enough. And I'm gonna put 2 of these on this wall because I can get away with it. It's such a big wall. It can have 2 big windows as a treat. Oh. I think this is the window that I have here, but it definitely... Adjust. Frame plastic, detail plastic, light. Okay, frame plastic. Need to chuck you into the brown family again. Actually, can I reuse this brown? Maybe? Or this one? No, not that one. This one. We'll reuse this one. And then adjustments. Sleeping time for you. All right, Shy. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Okay. This one, I do this window first. And it should be greener. Good. Yes. And then we duplicate that over here. And on the other side. What, me? Ever put windows at the same height? Never! You can't make me! Okay, that one doesn't get windows. I have been forgetting to do these inside walls. Oopsie. Well, let's use these here. I don't actually want those to be the color, so... I bet I can find something in the red-orange family that makes me happy, but also stands out against this brick. Yeah, like that. No, no, not... Wait, yes, there. I was letting the color throw me off. We actually want this to be somewhere in, I think it was this family? Or was it this one? No, I think we were in the more yellow range. None of these are making me happy. We're going into the baby puke territory again. I think I need more yellow. I'm having a hard time finding a color that goes with this door. That's gonna have to be good enough, I guess. Yeah. I think I'm actually going to put 2 on this one. Let's see, this looks like it's somewhere in the red-brown family, so we're going to try this. Good enough. Good enough. And then like that. Like this. Well, the good news is I'm running out of places to put windows. Okay. I'm gonna leave this one on this wall just because I like it there. And the places that I haven't put windows on is where these go. Oh man, I did all of those floating. I didn't tuck them at all. You can't actually tuck these ones very much, but you can at least tuck them by a pixel or two, and that's still better than nothing. I've got all the windows on! It's a miracle! Okay, time for another fox check. Oh, why won't any of you be pretty? I only want the prettiest foxes. Darn. Darn and gosh. Why are y'all standing so far back to read that sign? Also, why are you just reading the sign and not looking at the crocodiles? What kind of monsters are you? Heck, it's feeding time. It's one of the best times to look at the crocodiles. Hello, big boy. Yes, hi. Okay, we've definitely got some nice progress here. We've got all the windows on. We've got all the doors on. The back porches are going to be an issue. I'd like to be able to use trellises, but I'm not sure if that's going to count as cover. But we might as well... not roof trims. Here we are. Flat roofs and floors. So some people are going to have tile or concrete. Okay, let's take the grid size down. We'll take the grid height down. No, I don't think the breeze block is quite the back patio look that I was thinking of. The brick wall floor is definitely not the right thing. The bamboo is not so much. The Australia wood is the right... Actually, do I have a spot where I've mowed? Okay, here we go. Now I can actually see. Like, this is the right sort of look for some porch decking, but I don't think it's quite the right color. This is entirely too dark. But yeah, I'm thinking that some people have some decking, and that some people have some bricks or concrete, and some just don't have either of those things. I do think... I wonder if I am doing myself a disservice by using the grid pieces for this. I probably am. But I think a concrete porch off of the actual door is the right way to go here. So I'm gonna pop this down here for that. Conservation definitely does not look like deck. It doesn't look like deck at all. Does not look like deck or patio. It looks very uncomfortable to walk on is what it looks like. We do have the dry stone, which I think might actually look really good for one or two of these places. You know, I set the grid height to 0. I should have more control than this. But yeah, like if I do this, and then later come back and mow the grass that is coming through it, then that looks like a deck, doesn't it? Or it looks like a patio. So if we just do that at like a select number of places where I can make it look good. There and here. I don't really want to be terraforming this. I kind of like how it's a little lumpy. So I don't want to be doing too much to change that. No, you know what? These people here strike me kind of like a concrete slab family. But I do think that they would, yeah, they would definitely have, yeah. We're gonna give them a slab. It's gonna go right there. This one I'm going to have to like do myself sort of thing, but I don't think very many people here would have done the concrete slab for a back patio though. Like these people, they would not do a patio at all just because their backyard area is so minuscule. These folks, yeah, you know what? They seem like slab folks. I would really like to find something that's like good wood decking though. Oh, way too emphatic. I may end up using the Australian wood anyway, just because of the other... I can't use this because it's the same as what I used for walls. Limestone? No, that goes back to the concrete slab, except way, way too noticeable. Logs? No, that looks really uncomfortable again. Metal clad. Oh, a good way to toast the little posies. Woven bark? I mean, at a stretch, we could call this a deck. I'd rather have something that was more obviously wood. See, if this were a slightly smaller pattern, I could totally make use of it. Too bad. Once again, the flagstones are too big. This is just plain too dark. There is, of course, the plank. But the question is, does that look like a deck, or is it are the planks too big? I think the planks might be too big. That looks like the kind of gap that you would put your foot in and twist your ankle by accident. Back to the Australian wood, I think. I'm not sure if anybody on this side is getting a deck simply because of the way the land is here. I have to set it too high. You know, I'll call that good. And then let's get in here with the concrete. We want the non-grid pieces of the concrete. Make sure I grab the right one. We want this like this. Like that. So it's partially a porch and it's partially the staging area from coming through the door. And yeah. And then back to grass mowing. Grass must not come up through the patio. Especially not the stone patios. Or even worse, the concrete pads. Okay. Also a bit more adjustment. Too small. I know the foxes probably don't want this much long grass, but I also don't want the interior here to be perfectly manicured. And I redid these paths a lot through here, so we ended up with some very straight lines in the long grass, is what I'm saying. So I would like to just grow the grass out to make it slightly less obvious how much I had to fiddle with these paths. Yeah, haha. Vanity for the win. There. Okay, speaking of vanity, oh, we're still lacking pretty foxes. That makes me sad. That makes me very, very sad. Well, there's still more stuff that I can do with this. I still need to do some more building, but I also... the foxes are going to need some other stuff than just hard shelter, like, you know, a place to eat, a place to drink. So let's pull this up. And we'll actually filter this, even though I don't have to. Red, 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 red fox. Okay. I think that with this number of foxes, I want 2 food trays, so I'm gonna put one here and one here. They only need the 1 water pipe though, and let's put it here. This person's gonna have a little water feature. Now, what sort of... I don't want to give them a burrow. I've run out of burrow cams. I don't really want to give them these things either, but she said, We do want to put things to pull them into the various corners. So we're just going to lay out some balls. Actually, I'm going to put this ball over here. And yeah, cardboard box over here. Skittle feeder. We're gonna use leaves for the bedding, but I haven't decided quite where yet. So we'll leave that be. More enrichment items, more enrichment items. Oh, I do... Oh wait, not that one. I like the bubble machine. The bubble machine's really cute. I'll put that there. Oh wow, that cleared a lot of grass. Blood scent marker. Bring them right over here. I really want to put in more tennis balls, I have to admit. Bamboo feeder. Actually, no, wait, no. We're gonna put the dog ball feeder in the middle. And the bamboo feeder can go, like, over here. I am probably gonna need to add more enrichment items with the sheer number of foxes, but this is a start. I really shouldn't have put those in yet because I still haven't laid out the backyards, but the hard shelter is going to be the tricky part. It's interesting that this fox is so unattractive while also being a silver. Seems a little weird. Okay, Uh... Hmm... See, what I'd like to do... These are a little light colored, but... I think that they would make awesome trellis roofs. The question is whether or not they count as solid objects for the foxes. I'm hoping that they do. So, like, occasionally we come along here. And there would be like that. And I will figure out posts at some point. Whoops. Above the door. Like that. Like, if I have to, I will build awnings instead. But I would really like for this to work. The main question is, can I build enough of these to satisfy 14 foxes without things ending up looking weird? Like, what if I just ran one, like, right along these two houses? Like, they got together. I'm gonna use this wall to measure. Like that. And I just realized that, okay, we come along here. They need to be tucked into the wall so that this piece of wood is against the brick. Because otherwise, what's holding them to the wall? These were all built by the same landscaping company, you see. And also, this doesn't actually have to look like people lived in these houses. This has to look like the zoo tried to make it look as if different people lived in these houses that aren't actually houses. So the fact that the same landscaping company came through and did all of these, well, that just makes sense, doesn't it? Up here-ish. Tuck that in there. Like this. Like so. I also realize I need to extend this slab. Oh, right, I can't go any further that way because of everything. But I can go this way. I want to go and mow that grass, but I need to do this. Will I have enough hard shelter once I'm done? I don't know. The foxes will tell me, but I don't have enough foxes yet. I'm very doubtful that this is enough shelter. What if I put one in at this red brick because it's got the lower windows? Will that be enough? You know what? I'm gonna do one more little one, like over here. we go. And like that. And like that. Okay, okay, okay. Still have to figure out what's holding up these trellises, but this is an excellent start, I'd say. Planks, these are not good. Wooden arbor beam. Wait a minute. That's yeah, that's actual, like, oh yeah, oh yeah. And then I think I want to take this into the, like, white zone. Yeah, like that. Aha! Something for that big blank wall that I can probably hang plants on. That doesn't actually do anything for what I'm doing here. You know, I could have used this. But you know, I kind of like the line in between there, so yeah. 1 meter, 2 meter, 4 meter. I think we may have a winner. I just need to get it to the right color. It's somewhere in this family, I think. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be close enough. Make this slightly oranger, maybe? You know, I will call that good enough. Gosh. All right. It's not going to be exactly the same height across because I'm just not that exact, but it'll be close enough that I can just drag it around like this. One goes there. Oh, this one's gonna be a problem. One that I can fix, though. I'll just leave that there. And we'll just put one that is like that. And then take this. And extend it a little bit that way. Why is the post risen? Okay. Like that. You know what? I only need the one here. Well, the building holds it in one place, but now that I think about it. Doo-doo-doo. In some places it is going to be impaling the slab, and I'm just going to have to be okay with that. What came first, the slab or the or the or the wood? Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody is talking about it. It's fine. Everything is fine. I pray that I have enough hard shelter. But since it's all made out of movable pieces, we're also not thinking too hard about how these are fastened together. Like that. Like that. You know, when I gotta go through and actually put in all these uprights, It does feel like I've put in a lot of shelter. Assuming the slats count as shelter. We're all going to pray the slats count as shelter, because otherwise I'm going to be very sad. Alright. I do really need to put in the interior gardens, but I can't until I have the foxes to tell me when too many plants is too many. I suppose I work on the outside landscaping while I wait for pretty foxes to show up. Speaking of... Oh, they're even worse than before. This area is going to be the trickiest. This corner and the one that is directly diagonal to it are going to be the rough ones. Oh, also, I need this, like, here. And here. And I have one next to the bathrooms already. And this goes here. And here. These are important things to put down before I do landscaping. I need a nice luscious tree here. That's what I need. Let's filter for trees. And immediately grab one that is entirely too big. Oh boy. I need a big luscious tree, but this is too big. This is too much tree. I know the apple trees are tiny, they're just not enough. Although possibly I can use the apple trees like here? I think I should have stuck with the first one. There we go. That apple tree nicely hides that barren corner. The Aquilaria. Close. Close, but no cigarro. Bald cypress. Once again, too much tree for the spot. We're skipping the palm trees because they're just not going to look right. Perhaps a beech tree? Actually, that reminds me. Okay, nothing in here is climbable. That's good. Is this apple tree climbable? No, it's not. This is one thing you have to keep checking when you're putting in plants. In order to preserve my frame rate and processing speed, I turn off climbing everywhere except where there are climbing animals. Oh, that is so much tree. Black poplar. We're getting closer, but that's still a bit bigger than I'm picturing. No, no. I mean, I could use a couple of these, maybe? Actually, wait. Let's put down the trees for a moment. Like this. Come on. I don't want to make it wider than this, but sometimes it can be really difficult to get it to fill in some areas when it's this small. But just, this is too wide. Come on. Why is it not working? It's not changing anything. There are no visual changes. I may have to go about this in a different way. At least that one. Okay. Game says I don't get to have pretty things. So I'm gonna have to do it with rocks. Sigh. Okay. We need to darken this sucker up. Maybe not quite that dark. Yes, that matches the path. That matches the path. That's perfect. Okay. One moment while I perform necessary alterations. This may be the wrong rock, but I don't think any of the other ones are any better. I definitely want to use these ones because of the recolorableness, but this is like the tiniest one of them that isn't the cluster. Can I make the cluster work? Maybe? I'm gonna have to be very weird about layering, though. Concern it! Yeah, this cluster's even worse. I may have to go to more effort than I had hoped to do. No, this is just getting worse. I didn't say random rotation all, did I? Nope. No, it just keeps looking worse. Oh dear. Why are none of these kind of flat on top and also tiny? I just want some bloody flagstones, that's all. Like, this one looks like it's flat on top, but it's not. Wait a minute. What if I flip them over? They're hollow. That doesn't help either, does it? This one is flatter on this side than it is on the other side, though. I'm gonna make it work. Whoops. These are never gonna look good. but I'm gonna make them look all right. Layer, 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 layer. Blasted, I keep grabbing the wrong arrow. I don't really like it. But it'll work. It would be helpful if I would stop grabbing the green arrow, though. That would be very helpful indeed. Come on. See, this is exactly why I was going to draw this all in dirt. There is more of a slant here than I realized. Ah! I have the wrong one. I'm not going to bother doing that one. This is silly. It won't look terrible from a distance, which is the main thing. As I expect to not be looking quite this closely at my stuff that often. You know, after building. Whoops. I think I may have gone too far. I did go too far. Okay, let's see here. My possibly never-ending quest to make this look not dumb. And finding out just what kind of slope I built this whole sucker on. You know, this is supposed to be a flat map. I rolled it in as a flat map. I'm kinda sorta winning here. Kinda sorta, almost. Kinda, sorta, almost, maybe. Okay. Good enough. I'm just leaving that one as dirt because I don't want to do this for that sort of distance. Alright, back to trying to pick trees, right? Right? Trees. Candelabra tree. Love these things. They make better bushes than trees, in all honesty. Like, you sink these suckers down. Look what a nice bush that is. Not really what I want here, but it's a glorious bush. Cricopia is, yeah, that's really not what I'm looking for. Mangroves don't look right unless you put them on rocks. Common ash has possibilities. That has definite possibilities. I'm gonna pop that there as a thought. Common yew. These are a little bushier than I want for this area. I do want to have some visibility of the buildings behind. These things are great for filling in zones, though. Cork oak. Love these things. Might be a little small for what I'm looking for here. But I just love the twisty trunks on the cork oaks. Yeah, it's not quite the right tree for here, but oh man, I wish it was. Cork wood, very tiny. Not really what I'm looking for. Custard apple. Very bushy, not enough tree. We're going to be skipping past the Dahurian larch and the cypresses because I know they're not right. Desert bloodwood, gorgeous tree. Definitely. We've got some very European / North American buildings going on here. A tree that is so vigorously neither of those, unfortunately, doesn't really go. Douglas fir. Good as filler, not so good as display. Dragon's blood, once again, makes a better bush than a tree, in my opinion. Elm tree? Too much tree. Definitely far too much tree. Festive spruce does not go here. Fever tree is what we have over here, but once again, is definitely not the right tree for this look. This is very colonialism, this look right here, and I'm really not going for the colonialism look. Fig tree. Once again, very bushy, excellent for filling in space, not the right tree for here. Ghost gum. That is... I don't think that's the right tree. It has got the twistiness going on that I love about the cork oak, but... Giant red cedar, you can tell by the name that it's too much tree. Ginkgos, I do like ginkgos, but they tend to be very dominating, which is not quite what I'm going for here. Himalayan pine, I already know that that's not going to be the right thing. Holly, No, not really what... I do like the hookthorn acacias. I am tempted by the acacia. It doesn't feel quite right, but it's closer than a lot of the other trees, so we're just going to pop that over there as a possibility. The Japanese maple, gorgeous. Once again, we are in not quite the right tree for what I'm going for here. I'd love to use it because it's got that fall aesthetic year-round, but this is the biggest one, and it's still too small. Kapok, once again, too much. We have a lot of trees that are almost there, but then they're just either too big or too small. London Plain has possibilities. The smallest of the London Plain trees might not be half bad. Add it to the lineup. Mangrove apple. Yeah, I don't think it's the right thing for this spot. Marula. I do like me the marulas. They look so frothy on top. None of these are quite right, though. Monkey puzzle. Yeah, we're back into too much tree territory. Pingo. Too much tree, maybe? Really interesting looking, but... I'm just not sure that's the right thing. Oak trees. Love the oak trees. Love a good oak tree, in real life and in game. There are a lot of tree, though. So much tree. Olive trees? Probably not. Really fun looking tree, but I don't think it's the right one for right here. Ombus are huge. I like how they've got all the space underneath, but they take up so much space on top. But yeah, once again, I don't think this is the right tree for this spot. I mean, the temptation is there simply because of the sheer coverage, but yeah. It is tempting. I like how they cover a lot of space without being terribly tall. I'm gonna put it as a possibility over there, because I do like the coverage. Admittedly, after all the work that I did on the roofs, covering them up like that. Ponderosa pine. Too much, too tall, and too string bean. Quaking aspens have much the same problem. They're just these skinny little things. Quiver tree. I don't think this is enough tree. Rainbow eucalyptus. I think even if I like drag these down to shorten them, they're going to end up being too much tree. We don't want to overpower what's going on with the food court over here, basically. The river bush willow, once again a tree that I love for its fall aesthetic all year round sort of thing. But definitely not the right tree to go here. Sausage tree, they're adorable. I mean, I don't dislike this. I'm not sure if it's what I was thinking of, but I do not dislike this. Join your friends. This one is definitely not the right one. Scots pine, once again, too skinny on the bottom. Silky oak. I never know what to do with these. They're so tall. Roots. Straggler fig. Not enough, straight to not the right thing, straight to way too much. Stringy wood eucalyptus. That is a whole lot of tree. Do you come in small? Oh, You know what? I'm going to add these to the list of trees that I have no idea what to do with. Oh my goodness. Sydney's frankincense, very tiny tree, very small. Not really the right thing here. Sugar maples. No, I don't really like the shape of these here. Sycamore maple. Like, this could work. I'm just not sure. You go over there. I'm running out of angles that I can look at things. Tamarinds. Oh, definitely not the right thing for here. Very, very pretty trees, though. Umbrella thorn, acacia sapling. Oh, umbrella thorn, acacia. Similar to the ombu, but yeah, I don't think this is the look that I want here. The willows I already know are too big. If you have any at the trees, Wimba, big mofos, huge mofos. Great for when you've got a lot of space to fill. I don't really have that kind of space. And then there's the yellow cedar. Which I kind of wish came in a chibi form as well as a plus size. Because this is like a classic evergreen shape to me. And I would love to have it as a smaller tree. And then there's the yellow ipe, which I'm using over here, which means it would be a bad idea to use it over here. So what we have left are these candidates, which I'm actually going to go through, and we're just going to turn off the climbing on all of the climbable ones. And then the question becomes which one to use. They're all good trees, Bob. Come to think of it, if I use the ombu, it's probably going to poke into the red foxes, and I want to use all the plants for the quote-unquote gardening. So I think I'm gonna have to send the ombu away, simply because of the coverage it provides. I'm sorry. So then you get to move in closer. Like, generally speaking, I could use one of these for the space over here, like one of the smaller ones, like possibly the hookthorn acacia. Like this smaller one may well be the right tree. I don't like the way that it looks with the tree that I already have in there. Like, I definitely need two trees in here, and I don't want them to be the same tree, but this, I don't like the way this looks together. I'm torn between the sycamore maple here and this sausage tree. Like if I put that there, doesn't look so good from a distance, does it? Whereas if I take the sycamore maple, I'm gonna have to come in to do that one, so I put the trunk in the right place. You know, I like the maple tree there. It kind of goes with this, but without being the same thing. Definitely gonna need something more in here because this is the right spot. That's the right spot for that. Yeah. Okay, we have any other tree spots? This is a fluffy bush spot, but not a tree spot. This is definitely a tree spot, but can I use any of these trees for it? I'm not sure. Maybe I can use the sausage tree for it? You know, if I switch these two trees around so that the short one is here and the taller one is here. Yeah. If we take the marula over here, and we put this one like here and make it a little shorter. We still need some plant life, but I am liking how this looks. Also, I'm noticing that I didn't do a path for this. Will the terrain actually let me? Please, please let me have a dirt path here. Oh, thank goodness, it's letting me have a dirt path here. Hallelujah. I figure that they're using these spots for like storage of something or other. So there are some paths and stuff to get to the doors, because why build doors if you're not going to have, you know, be using the space behind the doors? But they're not ones that's like stuff that the guests are using or anything like that. I really need to change the colors on this bathroom. Wall, tile. Okay, let's start with the floor. The floor is the thing that really... Oh, there we go. We're already off to a good start. Okay, and... wall color... I'll call that good. And the tiles... We're going to make this a color and not just like mud. Just because, you know, bathroom, we don't want it looking like that. So we're going to make that hopefully a nice bright color that doesn't quite remind anybody of certain bodily functions. But that looks a lot better with the wall that it's set in. It's a pity that you can't change the black tiles. Oh well. That does feel a lot better though. That feels so much better. Okay. Now, can I have a use for any of these other trees around this area? I don't think so. Although, I could definitely use something right here. I'm starting to regret sending the ombu away. What is the fluffiest of the ones that I have left? Probably this one. Come with me. Yeah, I can jive with that. I'm good. That's good. There does need to be some plant life along here, but once again, I need to finish the river before I can do that, because I don't even know if this is the actual bank of the river or if I'm shoving it more towards the crocodiles. So, yeah. Do I have any other, like, big holes? Right there. We'll take the London plane tree and see if it works for me over here. Oh, it's not big enough, folks. That's tempting. Let's go with that. I hate to totally waste a tree. Admittedly, I did delete the ombu, but it's so hard. You basically gotta build around ombus, rather than finding a space an ombu fits in. Also tempting. It's a little too big, though. Like, I do want to put something in there, but it's probably going to have to end up being a cypress. We're just going to pop this down here, because, you know, I kind of like the idea. It does a job to hide this bridge that I haven't done anything with. I may never do anything with this bridge. I really should put railings on it, but I don't want to. Okay. Progress. Do we have pretty foxes? We have some pretty foxes. Crystal and Anton, welcome to my... What is a group of foxes? Well, we're past halfway by one fox now. It is a pity that the replacements that were brought in for them are not as pretty as they were. Still, we're progressing. We have more foxes. I definitely have more landscaping to keep myself occupied with until we find enough foxes. So all is not lost. Did I make this water look like this, or is it just... Okay, I made it look like that. Alright, good. 100% clean. Perfect. Like, if worse comes to worse, I can start working on this enclosure or this enclosure, because those two have to be built pretty much together. They both involve water, so I'm going to have to put a water treatment in, probably around here somewhere. And probably another power as well. Give me my power rating. Oh yeah. So there's going to have to be some more staff buildings, like probably around here with power and water and probably a keeper hut and a staff room as well, just to serve these areas. Like this one can probably be served by this set, but for these guys, I'll probably have them be served by another building like down here. This means I should drive a path in between these two enclosures here. Well, there's already a path started between those two enclosures, but... that's one weird path I've started. Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do... I'm going to... make sure I'm on the correct path. I am. On the correct width. I am. A length of 3 seems reasonable. So... we'll go like this. And like this. And then this enclosure is in there. And this enclosure is over here. And... oh. Houston, Houston, we have a problem, Houston. That's bad. Oh boy. Okay, we'll do it this way. Instead of that, I will put a dot down here, and then we're going to connect these as smoothly as I can get away with. As smoothly as I can get away with, I said, game. That's good. Okay. And now the path is going up this subtle hill that we have here, rather than carving into it, which is a much better situation. So yeah, this enclosure would be number 3. You know what? I have to build these 2 and then the staff buildings and then put the animals in, because that's only then will I have the facilities for keeping the water clean. I'm not sure if this path actually curves as sharply as that, but I'll figure that out. And this path comes out this way, I think. Yeah, that feels right. There is a lake here, I just haven't figured out where it is yet. It's somewhere beyond this enclosure, but I actually need to build the enclosure before I know my answers. Okay, duplicate. Like that. And like that. Also duplicate this here. Like that. I try to remember lanterns. I really, really do. I know the people need more light than I'm giving them, but... So yeah, this is going to end up a slightly funky shape because I'm going to be shoving it into that corner, because why the heck not? And then the staff buildings could probably be right here and save me trying to figure out an animal to put in there. Probably. I like that plan. I like that plan, me. I may possibly like adjust this path. This path might not curve quite so strongly that way, but we'll see. This one is definitely the next one that I'm going to build after I finish with the foxes. We'll just make it fill this space and then like across. It'll be a little bigger than the box that I have set up here, but that'll be fine. But yeah, there's going to need to be a water treatment plant like right over here to be able to service both of these. But yes, that is planning fox wine. But for the moment, I'm going to do one more fox check just in case. Oh, they got worse. All right, we'll put that away. I'm going to pause this, and then I'm going to manually save because I've done a bunch of stuff tonight. There we go. And I am going to take a quick break. I need to refill my drink. I have to have a quick bio break. I should really take a stretch because I haven't for some time. And I'm going to take care of all those things and also probably run a few ads. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned, which means it's time to continue with this project of landscaping as it has become now, as we wait for the foxes, and then it becomes a project of landscaping, but very, very quickly. But for the time being, it's mostly just, filling in around the foxes, because I can't fill in with the foxes until I have the foxes here to tell me whether or not it's too many plants, and whether or not they have enough hard shelter with the lovely trellises that I have set up here. I'm hoping that this is enough hard shelter. We'll all find out. Oh yes, we'll find out. So, what I'm occupying my time with while we wait for beautiful foxes, which are very slow to arrive at the zoo, I am doing some landscaping. And I'm not entirely certain that this apple tree is the right thing here. I think I may want this in a different spot. Not there. One of the places with 2 windows. I want this between 2 windows. Or... oh, you know what? It's the perfect size here where it wasn't the right thing there. Admittedly, it does block that one window, kinda, but... but I think that is a lot better. That does mean I need something skinny, but not too skinny. Black poplar is fairly skinny, but it is awful tall. That is the main problem, is that most of the very skinny things are also extremely tall things. I don't really want to use the cypresses because they're just a little too manicured. There was some place I was thinking I would put a cypress, but I don't remember where that was now. Why they all gotta be so tall? I need something like this, but not quite as dramatic, I think. And preferably something that doesn't push itself into the lamppost that I just put there. so fluffy. You know, maybe. I did exile the other one somewhere, but this has possibilities. Is it too much tree, though? That's the question. Admittedly, there are going to be a bunch of trees just south of it. We'll try. I can always change it. I can always change it if I end up feeling that it's like too much tree. Okay, I'm gonna go into the gardening for the next thing because I want some stuff that is more contained. And I definitely want some hedges. And we're gonna turn off random rotation. Because some of these houses are just screaming for hedge. Like this. That. And the other end goes here. Oh, that's a pity. I can make this work, but gotta make it the same depth as the other side. So then we do like this. And like that. Oh yeah. So yeah, some of the houses like that definitely need hedge. Some of them can't have hedge. Like this one can't have hedge. But if I shift this, that's a lot of money in there. That's weird. But yeah, I think this one definitely needs a hedge. Where are my hedges? There's my hedges. People are really using that donation bin. Okay, like that. Please do not worry about that dog losing its mind. That happens almost every night lately. And we're gonna have to do the same thing with the box. make it the same depth. And like that. And you know, now that I'm hanging around in an area where I can hear the educational speaker, I realized that I never really set up anything in here for the education of the masses. It's gonna have to be entirely speakers inside the viewing area. And the actual information boards are gonna have to go in here. Wish I'd thought about that earlier. Let's see. Who else needs a hedge? You definitely do not need a hedge. I've got to be really careful about what I put against you, really. No hedge space here. No hedges here for obvious reasons. Not gonna bother. You need a hedge. And also, this window is too low. Much better. All right, more hedges, more hedges. Under the window. Against the building. And then we'll grab the box. Make sure it's the same depth. This is another reason why using the hollow shells is so convenient. Because I can shove the smaller hedges in to make them the same depth as the longer ones. That looks like about the same interval, yeah. Hedges do a lot for a building. And there are some people here who are going to have flower hedges, because I can. But, well, I talk like there's actually people living in these places, which there are not. It was never meant to have anybody in residence. Okay, down to beneath the window. Up against the building-ish. Under the window, yes, okay. Like that. Like that. As admittedly, the flower hedges are harder to do what I'm doing here with. But that's fine. That's fine. I'll work that bridge out when I come to it. Okay, anybody else? I think I have only one hedge per side at this point. That's a little silly, but okay. That's fine. Now, for folks who are really, really close to the walkway, like right here, we need a slightly different approach. And that's not it. Just a little too fluffy, doesn't hide the line well enough. Nope, too tall. I am very tempted by that. This color looks really nice against that brick. And they're solid enough that they cover up the weird line. Yeah, let's go with these. Basically, I want something that is fluffy enough on the bottom that it kind of covers up the weird wavering that is going on between the path and the wall here. Okay, back to the 2. Rotate. Take it in here. Don't mind me while I do strange things in the name of filling. There. Victory is mine. Haha. Okay, so back to the occasional fox check. Yeah, I'm actually willing to accept that. Reese, welcome to what all is going on here. Okay, we just need 5 more foxes. We still need 5 more foxes. Now, this house needs something that is as not green as I can give it. Which is going to be quite difficult, really. I mean, there are possibilities. It's a pity I don't have anything shorter than 2 meters, though. The cordies are the least green thing, but they also look very strange here. The fairy fans don't look as weird as the cordies. Oh, the King Protea is definitely too much green. So is the Labrador tea. Man, I wish I had more less green plants in a line. It would make this part a lot easier. You know, that is a nice little thingamabob. It's a pity that it isn't in multiple lengths. I do have that one really short section. I wonder if I could use it there. You know, I don't think it looks half bad there. I think that I think I can make this work. Like that, so that it's conforming to the slope. Yeah. This once I'm gonna be contented with swaths of grass. I'm gonna make myself be fine with that. I am gonna have to do something about this area, but I haven't figured it out yet. But the little bits of grass in front of these various houses, it's okay. It's fine. Doesn't stand out against the brick enough. This needs a different house. One of the not red brick ones. See, that is rather nice. Okay, rotate. Like that. No, none of this will ever be a situation for the nettles. Another time, another place maybe, but not here. I definitely want to use this around here, but not at this house. But this one, yeah. These do much to hide the slope. I like that. Let's see. And use this to fill in the corner. And to fill in along here. This did end up looking a little odd, but I can live with that. Okay, back to this house. Goldenrod, definitely too tall. I think actually this might be a job for either the Dwarf Kernel or the Fairy Fan. Or they could be too short. The Dwarf Cornell works better height-wise, I think. Yeah, the Dutchman's Breeches just ends up being a little too much altogether. I think the Dwarf Cornels do the job here. It is a pity to be using white flowers when there's this much white trim, but oh, this corner is going to be interesting, though. Apparently just because of where I put the door. Tuck that in there like that. Oh, I did not tuck that well enough. Oh no. Tuck! Tuck! Tuck more! There we go. Yeah. I am admittedly doing some very basic stuff here, but this needs a bush. Here and here need a bush, and I think they should be the same species, but not necessarily the same specimen. I hate what it thinks is bushes. I hate what it thinks is bushes, but arrowroot is not it. Bearberry. We need something upstanding, game. Blackthorn. Not quite right. Bramble. No. Vidalia? Probably not. I need something with fluff and substance. This is more like it. The creosote is definitely high on the list of possibilities. That is a tree. Not really what I'm looking for here, although it is actually a rather nice bush. I wonder, could I, like, use this over here for this space? I think I can. Still need something for, like, right here. Dog rose. No. I know the bamboo's too big. I already know the bamboo is way too big. Gilder rose is also too big. Although, a very good filler bush. It is tempting. Because it does fill that area pretty nicely. You know what? Yeah. And like one of the little ones? No. No, that looks very inappropriate. Like, I feel like there needs to be something here, but I don't know what. Although... Hold on a moment. Don't I have a yokai kitsune statue in here somewhere? I'm gonna find it, and it's going to end up being a lot bigger than I remember, but I'm still gonna look for it anyway. There it is. Oh, no, wait. Ha ha! I knew I'd find some place to use that thing eventually. That is pleasing to me. Okay. And that does save me trying to figure out a bush that'll fit there. Onwards! We need something to be between these and these. Oh boy. Back to the gardening. African daisies? No. No, not up against these two. Sea holly. Simultaneously too much and not enough, huh? Azaleas? Azaleas might be a good contender here. I mean, they're close to the same color as the king, but they're a nice contrast to the alpine. Yeah, let's use the azaleas. That can go like that. And because that corner is so difficult to see, we don't think about what's going on there. Like this. And like this, just to sort of run them together. Good. And in fact, I think I'm going to continue with the azaleas on this particular building. Just because I think they're going to look good. Like that, like that. just me, or are these ones floating? One moment. We're gonna defloat them. There we go. Okay, this building needs a very bright color that doesn't hurt. And that's going to be quite difficult given the situation we have going on here. No. I think maybe I should be going for the ones with the white flowers. The various ones with the white flowers. Because I'm not sure that any other color is going to look good against this shade that I have chosen here. Yeah, the more I look at the actual colors against this, the more I realize that I need to look at the ones with white flowers. The various ones with white flowers. And in fact, the Labrador tea, I think that this is going to be the thing. 'Cause look at that. That's going to be nice. Like that. And like this. Shove this in like this. Why is the 2 meter so much thicker than the 4 meter? What the heck's going on? Not that I'm complaining, except for the contrast, which becomes an issue. So we'll just use the medium to thicken it out. Like that. You know, that does help a lot with that particular building. I refuse to go in and change the color because that would be admitting that I was wrong. It's a pity the plumerias aren't in a nice little row because I think that they would be perfect, but I don't really want to like fussy place every single one. But I think they would actually be perfect along here, so I think I'm putting myself in for it. They are the right thing to lead from the Labrador Tees into all this red brick. It's the right choice, but man, the labor. Okay, after I finish fussy placing all of these flowers, I'm not putting them down that side, but now that I look at it, I am going to put one like right here to basically just hide this little bit of path. Like that. I would have liked to have random rotated those, because it does look a little funky, but I think it's still the right choice. Okay, time to check on the foxes. I'm not too happy, I have to say. We have all these very beautiful foxes. And then these guys refuse to rise above 3,150. Very disappointing. Okay, well, setting that aside, I've done all the plants on that side. I've done all the plants on this side, I think. Yes, I just have this side left to do. This is kinda already done. I am content with this being the way that it is. So let's just work to the to the right here. Starting with this building. What will look good here? Not the azaleas. The African daisies? I'm not sure if the African daisies are going to be the right choice for any of the houses along here. Which is a pity, because I do like the bright color, but it just... they don't look quite right in this context. Where's something I haven't used that isn't goldenrod? Well, I use the twin flowers. I don't think the twin flowers are the right choice here anyway. They're tall, but they're not filler. And with these little tiny willow windows, I do need filler underneath them. Nettles. I just don't know. It's a pity that nettles don't flower. But it's just like putting the nettles right next to the hedge like this just doesn't feel right. Well, we use the Labrador teas on the other side, but I don't... Yeah, they're not the right thing here. The King Protea... No. Goldenrod is too much. Fairy Fan just isn't enough. Same with the dwarf cornels. We just need something that rises up to the windows and provide, like, rises up under the windows and provides us some... You know what? I'ma do it. For just one house, I'ma do it. Because we just need, like, the little tiny windows. We just need something that distracts from the windows. And then we just let that sprawl over that area to hide the really weird shape of it. Sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but okay. Might be a little too much white. But what else do I have? I also don't think that I've used it. Like, I can't use the sea holly at all. It is... Or the aloe vera. Both of them look just wrong. And this is very fluffy. Where'd they go? There they are. It does help to disguise what a strange shape this area is. Yeah. Do mine eyes deceive me? Do I only have one left? Be still my heart. Do I dare have a purple flower with a purple door? I probably don't. I'm not that brave. I'm not brave enough. You know, this might actually be a good place for the nettles. The currants are too tall, but the nettles are shorter. Where'd they go? There they are. Yeah. Yeah, I think this against the wall. Like so. How annoying. Oh well. Like so. Yes? Yes. Blast, I'm running out of things to do while I acquire foxes. Which is a very strange thing to be complaining about now that I think about it. Okay, what is the fox situation? Oh. Still not so good. So the question becomes, do I go forward with the foxes that I have now and try to acquire the other 5? I think that's probably the best way to do it, because that will allow me to start the landscaping inside here. Although it is already almost 11:30, the landscaping in here is going to take me an awfully long time. Well, I do still have some setups, so I think what I'm going to do is I am going to put whatever foxes I have in next time I stream and just start working on the landscaping inside then. Oh, I forgot to mow a bit. Oh, I'm still in the 1 meter. Okay. Mow that grass. Grow this grass. Okay, so facilities. Media, devices, and education. Habitat Education Board. Just sort of try and center that. Over on the other side. Oh, it's flickering over here. It is flickering real bad over here. About 3 from the bottom. Attempt to center it on the wall. Now the speakers. The speakers are going to be tricky. Like, if I put one here, and one here, and one here, and one here, do I get full coverage? Like one there. And one there. One here. And one here. In theory, I should cover the whole area with those 4, right? In theory. We'll find out. It'd be nice to do the whole thing with 4 speakers. That is still within my power range, right? That goes to like here, right? Tell me about my power. Oh yeah, that covers that whole thing there, actually. Oh, because I got one right there. Okay. But yeah, I am going to need another power station out here. That moment when you don't want to start something, but you don't want to finish either. Oh, you disappoint me, all of you. Okay, well, let's address this area then. I know I want something, I just don't know what I want. Besides, you know, some sort of minor ground cover. Obviously not that. I want something like subtle. Wait, what is that? Tour group. Oh, we're gonna have to. The educator's right there. What do you mean you've been waiting for an educator for quite a long time? There's an educator right there. Who are you waiting for? Sir. Meeting tour group. He's waiting. They're waiting. Are we glitched? I think we might be glitched. That is unfortunate. It is something that will fix itself given time, though. Even my employees gawp at how pretty my zoo is. That's how good a job I did. I'm not sure what to do besides turning it off and on again, though. I'm not sure how to turn it off and then on again. I don't understand what the problem is the thing here. The people are waiting for the tour. There's a dude assigned to it. Wait. He's got them on the move. So my best thought is that there was someone who was assigned to that tour, but they hadn't arrived yet, so the tour could not leave. He's got a really big group to lead around now, though. Look at them all. Well, the problem fixed itself, and yeah, I'm guessing that there was someone who was supposed to arrive for the tour who just hadn't. Whoop! I'm in the ceiling. Do we have a train problem today? Might that be the issue? Because the train frequently glitches. Okay, let's try and get low enough that I'm under the ceiling. This might be a maximum wait time thing. Oh wait, there they go. I knew I'd set a maximum wait time. The trains will get better as I have more stations. The fact that I only have 2 stations right now, and there's a very large gap between the East Station getting back to Main Station, is a good chunk of the problem. Like, the trains aren't really designed to be giving a tour at the moment. They're more to get to the far-flung areas of the zoo, is the way that I had thought of it. So, like, there will be a station down here by the lake that isn't yet, and there will be another station probably over here. But since they're not in yet, the loop from the East Station to the Main Station it's dire. So probably there was just somebody who was stuck on a train. Probably. Okay. Back to contemplating this issue, right after I check the foxes. Hallelujah! We have 2 more. Ian and Georgia. Welcome, welcome. You are replaced by much less pretty foxes than you were. But hey, look at that. We're down to only needing 3 more foxes. This is good. So yeah, next stream I will be able to put the foxes into the enclosure and do the landscaping in there for the quote-unquote gardens. Now, let's see here. I want, like, something... I want something here, but something reasonably subtle, I think. And that doesn't look entirely like unkempt grass. Because putting in grass is easy. I don't think the campion moss is what I'm looking for here this time. Or the carpet moss. I usually use them together when I can, because you blend in the campion moss with the carpet moss, and that way the flowers don't end up being all overwhelming. But not the right choice at this time, I think. There's the coastal pig face. But I don't think that's the right choice here either. Ground cover. I need ground cover. There are the cornflowers. I think we're onto something, but I don't think the blue is the right one. I'm pretty sure that there were some white ones and some yellow ones. One of those must be the right one. Of course, there's also the crowberries, which is definitely ground cover, but doesn't look like grass. The crowberry is tempting, really. We could do a combo, like I could run the higher bushes along the wall and then use the lower ones through the grass. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, gotta turn off angle snap for this one because this building is not on the world axis. And I'm not changing it now for reasons which should probably be obvious. Like that. Yeah, like that. Maybe not quite right, but it's close enough. Doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to go along the building. Like that. And then I think 5 has the biggest coverage. Not shift. Life is easier if I do this way. Get that in there. Question mark? We are poking into the bathroom just a little bit, but I think it's enough that I won't be able to see myself. I won't be able to see it most of the time, so it won't bother me. Don't mind me while I provide myself some density. A lot of this game is just layering plants until you're happy with the coverage. It gets more difficult if you leave the animal needs on like I have, but in the areas where the animals aren't, it's all about layering. Just give yourself what you need, because nobody else is going to give it to you. Not in this game. And if I put this down densely enough, I'm not going to have to redraw the ground into dirt. That's the plan, anyway. There we go. And with any luck, I didn't actually put it into the red fox's area. That does feel a lot better. That feels so much better. Oh, hey, Raz. Thank you for existing. Good fox. Just 2 more foxes. Not that we're going to be lucky. Yeah, people think the zoo's pretty awesome. I think the zoo's pretty awesome too. I do kind of wish that I could trim off this one dead branch, but other than that, I have no complaints about this zoo. And I'm pretty sure I remembered to turn off climbing on everything. You know, that you're not climbable anyway. Neither are you. Neither are you! Hooray! I'm winning. So I just need 2 more foxes, and life is pretty good. I also need something to put here. Well, 4 somethings to put here. Animal information stands, an aquatic nature scene with a waterfall, which is probably too big. That's actually spectacular. I see exactly why I saved that. That is beautiful. Not very useful for anything that I am currently doing, but beautiful. Excellent sound of running water, too. Hmm. See, almost anything that I could put in here is just so small. But putting trees in here doesn't feel right either. I've painted myself into a corner, that's what I've done. These are also very pretty, but once again, they just feel so small for the spaces that I have set up. I'm also a little annoyed that they were all saved this way as like an enclosure, which actually makes it more difficult for me to use. So that irritates me. It's just all the topiary feels really small. That is pretty cool. Not useful at the moment, but that's cool. That is very cool. No, that doesn't really work for the look of my zoo, does it? Yew trees? Yew trees and flowers? Yew trees are fluffy. Does it work with the arches, though? If I use the little, like, perfectly round one, I think it works. So the question becomes, what looks better? The yew or the fig? Where is the fig tree? That's dragon's blood. Elephant grass. There are the fig trees. That one's much shorter. That one's too big. That one's entirely too big. Okay, common yew wins. Try and center this. Or should I, like, not center it so that the benches are still clear? I think I should not center it just so the benches are still clear. like that. I love that the yew trees aren't climbable without me having to do anything. Okay. I still need... I need more. But this is a start. I need something to be like in here in each of these. Also, I really need to center my benches. Oh goodness. This one's centered, but this one is not. Okay, and these ones... Good enough. Good enough. This one needs to move. There. Yeah, that feels a lot better. Okay. We have the yew trees. It is an excellent start. We need something to go in each of these corners. This might be a job for the topiary. Let's go check out the topiary. Let's see, we've got the stag. Little too large. We have the fox, which, you know, I would love to use. Me being me. There's the hedgehog, which is too small. The rabbit, which is also very, very small. And the squirrel. I mean, oh no! The fox is the only one that's the right size. There. Oh, wait. This might not work after all. I don't have ones that face in opposite directions. It's not like the statues at all. Wait, the statues. I have so many statues. I have so many reward statues. Surely I have something here. Admittedly, I don't have ones that face in both directions with these either, but... As you can see, I have not completed all of the scenarios yet. I apologize. Some of them are harder than others. I do have the fennec fox, but unfortunately it is life-size. Doesn't work quite as well. The fossa, probably not. Bear, flamingo, more bear, iguana, rhinos, monkeys. The kiwis are lovely, but also life-size. There's the raccoon. Don't really love that. A reindeer, which is never going to be in this zoo, so is definitely not the right choice. Okay, the reward statues, they don't have the reflecting ones either. Okay, what have we got in the statues that aren't the reward statues? That's nocturnal. Elephants, giraffe, Gorilla, lion. Wasn't actually planning on putting lions in the zoo, to be honest. Otters. So many otters. Penguins, seals, festive reindeer, polar bear, reindeer, cassowary, mecharoo, more elephants, hippo, dodo, gorillas, more hippos, more lions, more deer, some very chubby leopards, some very large chubby leopards, oryx, siamang, red pandas, fiesta flowers. That's from the newest pack. Not the style I'm going for here. More elephants. More kitsune. Snake. Peacock. More peacock. Cows. Antelope horns. Antelopes, more bears, more bears. Wolf child? Oh, that's what got modified into the fox, actually. Wolf. Penguins. Jaguar? No. I don't think I have anything that suits. So I guess I go back to the plants and try to find a bush. Because I think for that space, only a bush is going to do. Could use the azaleas. That does fit, like, perfectly right there, doesn't it? I'm gonna keep that as a possibility. Classic flower bed circle. I don't really want to go through what I need to do to make that look right. Oh wait, I'm in the gardening section, no wonder. No wonder there were so few choices. African daisies. No. I'm grabbing anything that looks like it might be round. Alpine Facilia. Close but no cigar, I think. Let's see. Arrowroot, definitely not. We already covered the azaleas. The azaleas are definitely a possibility. Actually, Facilla was pretty close. We'll just... I seem to be, like, drawn to the purple things right now. Bearberry is too small. And I don't know. No, that's... I mean, as ground cover in this area, it has possibilities, but... But I don't think it's the thing for the corner. Blue stem grass dry. Absolutely not. If I wanted grass there, I would leave it the way that it is. Bramble bush is round, doesn't look right. These custom Bedalias would be excellent if they weren't in a habitat. The Bedalias themselves are just too small. These ones that have been manipulated are big enough, but I just don't want to deal with them. I have nowhere to put down the habitat around here, so it's just irritating. Caribou moss is not appropriate. Pig face is definitely not round enough. Saltwort? Round, but not nice to look at. Crowberry. Is that crow or cow? Cowberry. Round, but not what I'm looking for, I think. Creosote? If there's a small enough one. See, I kind of like the yellow flowers on the creosote. So I'd like to try to use it. I don't know if I can for this application, but we're going to pop that down because hope springs eternal in my heart. Crimson turkey bush. Not exactly round, but very pretty. That one's too big, the other one's too small. This one would fit if I wanted it to. No. No, I think not. Daffodils? That's the large one? Oh boy, that's not enough. I mean, there is a possibility that this is another place to be able to use the cypresses, because the cypresses could be like this. I am not sure how I feel about that, though. If it's any of them, it's this one. But I really don't know. I'm gonna put that over there. Round things. I need round things. The dragon's blood tree is round, but it's too big. More round plants. More plants that are available as round. The elephant grass is available as round, but it's just not attractive. Fairy fan flowers. No. I think no in this case. Fever tree, too big. Fountain bamboo, definitely too big. Golden sand, nope, that's grass. Well, there are the Gilder rose bushes. Oh, but the smallest one is still too big. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Orchids. Biggest one is too small. Hawthorn. I don't like that with the yew trees, to be honest. Hostas, too small. Hydrangeas, too big. Definitely too big. Entirely too big. Um, King Proti. The large does fit in there, but I just don't know if I like how this looks. This does not give me a happy. Korean pine I already know is too big. Labrador tea. The large one isn't quite big enough. Lady fern. No, not for this application. Although, if I combine her with the bearberry, we're just gonna... I think I have ideas for how to fill in the rest of the space, but I need something for the corners. Is I use those two to fill, but to have something, you know, nice in the corner. No, the yellow flowers definitely do not look good with the red berries. That's we'll pass that by. Nettles, I'm not even going to consider. Nataria retusa. It's just one of those, I wish you had flowers. Because it wouldn't be half bad if it had flowers. But without flowers, that one just outshines it in every way. Those are daisies. It's papyrus. Plumeria? No, I don't really like that there. The quiver tree is round, but I think, yeah, it's just a bit too large. We're not going to be considering the grasses at this time. Salt cedar bush? A little too fluffy. Scaviola? No, not a showpiece. Siberian pea shrub is kind of small. No, not for there. Spiny-headed mat rush, way too small. Stranglet, nope, that's a tree, Not even the right kind of tree. That's a vine. That's tick seed. Topiary. Ferns, grass. Tropical leaf litter, twin flowers? No, I don't think so. I just don't like how the twin flowers only face one way. You can only put them against a wall. It's very annoying. Eelgrass, hydrilla, temple plant, Virginia creeper, not in this case, no. I'm running out of plants. White sage? None of them are quite right, are they? Wild hedgerow? No. Although, come to think of it, in the topiary, There is the spear, which would kind of go with the surrounding. I would prefer to have something with flowers though, but where was I? Somewhere around here. Somewhere past the wild hedgerow. The wimba tree's too big. Wisteria isn't a ground thing. Okay, we have exhausted the options. So it's the topiary ball, the crimson turkey bush, the alpine phacelia, the azalea, or the creosote. I wonder, can I combine the creosote and the topiary ball to get a topiary ball with yellow flowers? Let's find out. Like, if I tuck you in here, and then I bring you we end up with a rather furry topiary ball that does not look right. What about you? Like, we can give the topiary ball a little ring, but you know, that's not bad. Okay. Okay. Like that. Like that. Dang, they like giving talks in here, don't they? And like that. We adjust this so that it feels centered. As said, we adjust this until it feels centered. And then I think we take these and we shorten it just a little. I kind of like that. Like the way that the azaleas sort of peek through just a little. Now the question is, do I actually want to go with using this as the ground cover now that I've done that? And I think the answer is actually no. I do think that what I want to do is With those things there, recenter the benches. I actually like the color of the benches, even though it seems like they ought to be green, but I think the blue works better for this. There is a very good argument for actually making the benches green, but like that. Okay, we send these away. We also send these away. And we bring all the yew trees in a little bit, and we call it good. Sort of like that. Oops, that was definitely the wrong command. Just keep adjusting them until it feels like they're all in the same place. Relatively speaking. Okay. I'm gonna call that good. It's not as plant-filled as some of my other decorative areas, but it's nice and restful. It's got a bunch of trees. It has got a lot of plants. Wow. These people need everything. Feels pretty good. I still need to do a lot of landscaping around the castle area, but at least I've got my courtyard resting area thing set up. Okay, we just need 2 more foxes. There are 2 more foxes. This is perfect. Alright, Valerie and Andreas, welcome to the zoo. That is 14 foxes, maximum fox. Do we have any repeated names? We do not. It's a miracle. Dang, we lucked out. Okay, I am giving this many foxes 2 keepers, but I'm gonna come down here for this. What I'm gonna do is, it's about 12:30 my time, so it is around time for me to be wrapping up the stream. So what I'm going to do is we're gonna go into the zoo staff. I'm going to hire 2 more keepers. And yeah, they're gonna go with Keeper Zone South, which is what the red foxes belong to. So Keeper Zone South for that person with no zone, and Keeper Zone South for that person with no zone. And then off into animal trading we go. Up here we're going to reset the filters. And in here, all of these red foxes, every last one of them, come with me. We're going to the quarantine. Nyahahaha. Okay. So now I am perfectly set up so that next stream we talk through, I talk through what I'm going to do while we wait for the foxes to go through quarantine, and then things start happening in here. I mean, things have sort of happened in here, but more things need to happen in here. We're going to make them happen. It's going to be awesome. Hopefully I've put in enough hard shelter for all the foxes. They are small, so they should be able to share a lot of this space. And I have given quite a few in various places, but I can put in more if I need to. I would prefer not to, but I can put in more if I need to. So we'll see. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna let time run so that these guys can hit the ground. And so that the foxes can get started to be on the move. There we go. Okay. And next stream, oh boy, it's going to be a whole thing with this enclosure that I have put together here. We're in a good state. We're in a good state for getting the foxes in here and making them happy and all of those glorious things. It's just going to be a bit of time, just a little bit of time, not a lot of time. They're going to need more. They're going to need more entertainment items, enrichment items. I know that for certain. I'll figure out how much more once we have all 14 of them in here. And then we're going to see how far I can stretch their plant tolerances. And also what they're willing to walk over or through. I would very much like to put some sort of vine onto this lovely trellis that I put in here. We'll see. It'd be nice to put some wisteria on there. But that is a problem for future Foxwine. Current Foxwine continues to enjoy the view of her zoo, even though there are still some unfinished bits that are visible in this particular angle. But it's fine. It's fine. We are good in the hood. My castle is glorious. It's all great. So I'm going to save the situation as it stands. There we go. And this is where I am going to be calling it a night. So there we go. The good news is, if you really want to know what's going on with my zoo, if you want a tour through creation, or just a tour in general, I've done that several times on stream, well, good news. You can find my previous streams archived on my YouTube channel. There is a playlist there specifically for Planet Zoo. It has the entire of the evolution of the Zoo Nocturne, from the start when it didn't have a name and was just a Halloween zoo, right up to the previous stream from this one, where I got started on this glorious red fox enclosure. Which is, frankly, a major centerpiece of the zoo, because how could I not do that for the red foxes, of which I might nominally be one, or something. It depends on how you count this. I'm not actually a furry, but I have a furry name, so whatever you want to picture me as, go for it. But you know, if you're interested in more than just Planet Zoo, the good news is that there is a playlist on that YouTube channel for anything that I have streamed twice or more, which will give you many, many hours upon many, so many hours. Thousands upon thousands of hours at this point worth of content until the next time I stream, which is not thousands of hours away, because the next time I'm going to be streaming is going to be Wednesday night at as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a room. I will be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice or some combination of the above with my friends. This just depends on how many people show up and at what time. Among Us is the game that we play when we have the largest possible number of people participating. 100% Orange Juice is the game that we play when we have the smallest number, because it's 4 players or less. It is a board game that is basically anime Mario Party with chaotic madness mixed in, because while all the characters have their own individual power, not all of them are dice related, and some of them are specifically dice related, and it is very, very fun and very chaotic in equal measure. But if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice, but not quite enough for Among Us, that's when we pull out Scribble It. It is a Pictionary style game where one person draws, everyone else tries to guess what that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. And then, on Wednesday, usually around 10:15 or 10:20 or so, when my friends abandon me because apparently you have to sleep at night in order to be able to work in the morning, well, that's when I will be playing Power Wash Simulator, because it is the second Wednesday of the month coming up this Wednesday, and on the second Wednesday of the month I play Power Wash Simulator. I will be continuing to work my way through the career path in there, washing whatever it is they give me to wash in whatever order they give it to me to wash in, and we'll see exactly what happens there and how that goes. Then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Oxygen Not Included for Try Not to Die Thursday. I will be continuing to drag myself out of the mid-game by hook or by crook, by way of cooling a lot of water. Once the water is cool, a lot of things can get going, especially my plastic production, which is what I need to get into the end game. So it is getting myself to the end game by way of cooling down some water and building a bunch of systems so that I can process crude oil into plastic. So that is the plan for Oxygen Not Included. Whether I get all of that done in one stream, whether I actually have a plan, I do not. We will see how that goes. Then on Sunday night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3. I'm in Act 3. I've made it to Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3, and I can literally see the city if I stand in just the right place and look at the right angle. The city is there. I haven't actually entered the city yet, and it's probably going to be some time because there's a bunch of stuff that needs to be done first. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes, and what happens in the upcoming stream. I have some very bad people to talk to coming up in the next Baldur's Gate 3 stream, and we'll see what information I can manage to wheedle out of them, shall we say. And then, next Monday night, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I shall return to Planet Zoo for Management Monday, and we'll get these red foxes in here, and we'll get some gardening done, and it's going to be beautiful. and hopefully spectacular, but mostly beautiful, right? And then moving on to the next enclosure, because I have a lot of enclosures planned. There was a lot of work that was not enclosures for a while there in the east, but now we've come back to the central area and there's nothing but enclosures. So that's the plan for Planet Zoo. How much gets done in any individual stream is completely up to how fast I can make up my mind. So pray for me. Just pray for me. So that is the upcoming schedule for my week, all the games I'm going to be playing and everything that I intend to be doing in those games. Be those plans detailed or be those plans very, very vague, they're still plans and I intend to follow them. And you know, whether or not I follow the plan and whether or not the plan falls apart because I didn't plan enough, it doesn't matter because I have a lot of fun. And I've had so much fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great night. Good night.